And so it is that we're on the start line of the Bathurst 6 hours. That is the 12 hours, but isn't. And away we are. Not the best qualifying. As you can see, starting in 9th, 10th-ish in class. Just wasn't good. I accidentally ran full fuel load in the 10-minute qualifying session that I set up for this. Not ideal. Not ideal, certainly. And now we missed an apex right here. So that's going to cost us a position down Mountain Straight. No, it isn't. So yeah, we're just going to have to get stuck in here, run our numbers. I want to go for a sort of a high 350s fuel average, which you can see down. That's the one which is just a line right now. That will eventually become a number by the end. Oh, contact right here into Griffin Bend. Now we've got one of the future Commodores of our inside. Yep, there we go. The Camaro go through, we'll just let him through the kink here, coming up into the cutting. So that was a costly section. But it's still early doors, we have to make it through and be there in the end. Temperatures shouldn't be good right now. Ooh, that's tricky now. That's tricky. I just don't feel entirely confident what to go for. Oh, there's contact behind. Saw that in the rear view. Oh, I'm pushing hard here. That's bad. It's really bad. Up over Skyline, 4th gear. And then you bounce it over down to 3rd. 2nd. Down through the dipper. This is just madness. Absolute madness. And for some reason it's not as stark as I thought it would be. Have I gotten it wrong by an hour for the start? Maybe I did. Thought it started around 5 AM. The 4:45. I thought that was around the time, the closest thing I could get. Certainly it's dark then. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Down, Conrad. Just checking. Yeah, temperatures should not be coming up right now. It's only 23 degrees. This is set to run. Oh, somebody's looking up my intop but not going for it. I get back to that point. Oh, I missed the apex there in the chase. He's going to have a run out of the chase. Back end getting a bit skatey there. I actually feel the car's a bit nicer to drive on a fuel load, which is very odd. It really shouldn't be. He's going to have a run down here into Murray. No, he isn't. So I'm going to cut him off and actually use a bit of a curbing there to get his exit all crossed up. There we go. Yeah, I'm not sure about the sunshine. Certainly shouldn't be as light as this for the Bathurst 12 hour, but hey ho. Nice nonetheless. Nice nonetheless. Oh, that's not good. That was a 370 and we're on normal fuel mode. Let's just try and back it up a bit then. Oh, we're out wide here. Oh, out in the marble. And there goes another position dropped. I mean, we can't really do a fuel conservation run at Bathurst. Fucking hell, that doesn't work, does it? Oh, rear wing on the road, rear wing on the road. Somebody's had a massive crash. You know, safety car here. So, it's just flat out to the end. And that's going to take, that's going to be interesting, isn't it? Oh, you just grab your balls and go, oh, I hope I got this right when you go through that. And then up over. Oh, drama! Massive incident! Gee whiz. For some reason, there's no yellow flags in this, so yeah, that can happen. That's a few positions, so I'll take that. I will take that. Gracias, amigos. You're barely in control down the mountain. I love this place. Oh, it's such a beautiful circuit. But yeah, crunched some numbers. If we stay at 370, if that's our fuel number, that means we are pitting every 34 laps, I think it is. Around that nature, 34, 30 something. Oh, I'm too hard on the brakes there in the chase, so we're off. And we're back on. Nobody's coming. Just don't hit the fence, don't hit the fence. That's bad, that's bad. Unforced error, completely my own mistake. We're dead last, so now it's a recovery drive. Few people diving in. Yes, already claiming back positions. And this is what we mean when we say it's a long race. That can be costly. It would be nice if we had a safety car on this now. That would close everything up and everything will be up for him. But we're up again, up into 11th. 9th. Oh dear, so plenty of people had dramas there. So, despite that spin, we are actually one position better than we started. As far as stint lengths go, we are sitting about, I believe, 30, again 34, 35 laps. See, that fuel number is coming down now. That's what we want to be seeing. So if we can keep that fuel number down at about 360, that will give us another lap on the stint, which is good. That is what we want, really. Oh, now we got one of the Class A Mercs right up our rear bumper. See, they're very clever, the AI in this. They're really good at sensing. I bumped the wall there, yeah, but they're very good at sensing when they can and cannot pass. Like, they generally don't tend to pass coming down the mountain. They'll just be like, yeah, this is stupid, mate. You know, I am not a European GT3 racer, therefore I shall not do a pass down the mountain. You know, it's just not one of those things you can do. But there we go. Now we just try and get a rhythm going here. That's a bit early, that's bad. Didn't get the apex right there. Anywho, I'm planning on starting off with a double stinter. Then I need to go off and do a few things. So then the AI will take over. Do 1 or 2 stints, I'm not sure. Again, depending on how long we go, that should definitely be an hour and 15 minutes per stint to 2.5 hours here early doors. Would be what I would expect around that nature. So, it's a good old start down here, but again, in terms of road playing a bit, as you can see, we've got the ambient temperature sitting above our current fuel capacity, or fuel load. So it's 23.6 degrees out. That's lovely at 5 in the morning, isn't it? So you want to get those double stints in early doors before we reach 30 degrees Celsius, because that's going to be hot ass balls. And we don't want to be doing that. I'm not sure if that's second or third gear corner, but we'll just have to roll with it. And that's also temperature-wise being replicated with our current water temperature, currently 91. That'll go up as the day goes on and it gets warmer. I'm running full open front. There's no banking on it. Alright, skittish into here. See, there we go. That's the fuel number we want to be seeing. We're now down under 360. We're sitting at, oh dear, there's Gracie inside of the wall. The game's fairly forgiving as far as collision damage goes, which is nice. Especially when you're racing against AIs, you don't want it to be too aggressive because you want to have a bit of leeway. It's such a difficult circuit to get right every time around here at the top. I'm just not 100% sure how to get it right. I think my fastest lap in this car is something like a 2:18.7, which is honestly, oh, that's a terrible mistake right there. Let's not talk over the mountain. The mountain's not for talking. Yeah, the fastest one shown from players, at least, is like a 2:18.3, I think. Which is weird. I shouldn't be that fast. I'm not that fast. I'm not that good. So I don't know what the dealio is there, but we'll just go through the chase. I think during my first pit stop I need to check if my load cell sensitivity is correct, my brake pedal, because I don't feel like I'm getting the braking strength I should be getting out of this. Maybe it's just running high fuel number and trying to push a bit harder. Let's see, that's a decent lap time. Yeah, that's the fuel number we want to be seeing. That is definitely the fuel numbers we want to be seeing. Because if we drop into second gear for Hell Corner, we're banging on the limiter coming out, which I'm not sure is right. We're still 8th in class though, so that's good. Sun is still rising. I don't think it's technically risen yet, but the actual 12-hour race start is a lot darker. It's literally pitch black. And that's always interesting. We'll pick that up once we're back off the mountain, shall we? That one's weird. You just turn in to the wall and then you hope you come out the other side. I'm really struggling through there now with the heavy fuel load and just also mentally wanting to get the car through the race. That's not how we do that. Whoa! Don't talk over the mountain. You've learnt this. You've learnt this. And same thing right there, you just gotta pray. You gotta pray you get it right, and I'm not religious, so praying means nothing to me. Jesus. Yeah, the real race starts pitch black. And there's no night practice. So the first time a lot of people drive at Bathurst in a race is at night without any night practice. Oh, we've overdone it again through the chase. And we've looped it again, that's not good. At this point. Oh, and then we... Yeah, donuts. Woo! I'm a hoon. I'm a bogan. I'm a real bogan, that's cost us so much fucking time. It looks like, from a quick scan, that my brake pedal is set up right, so I just need to be more sensible drive-wise. Because that's not what we need to be doing. And by we, I mean me. And the fuel number's going up slightly. I reckon we revved it a bit hard there. But again, crucially, we haven't dropped any positions. Weirdly, however, that's the wrong thing. I don't think there's actually any way to see your standings right now, is there? Probably isn't, so... Oh god, now I got that thing on. No, that's not what we want to be doing. Hang on. Oh god, now I'm trying to get out of the menu. There you go. Oh, we've got blue flags. That means the Class A runners have started appearing behind us. Oh no! Oh no, I don't like this. I've made a huge mistake. Yep. Go right, damn it! Oh, you fucking whore! Jesus, wet. Oh, that was nearly the race there. Mate, sorry. Oh, Chip, that's one of our runners. That is one of our runners. That I can see that. That is one of the GT4 McLarens. So we're racing that cunt. He's gained tremendously through the mistakes. Maybe he's one of the cars that dropped some time early doors in the event. Now recovering much better than I am anyway. Oh, or maybe I got it wrong. No. I mean, okay, it's very low. I don't know. It is a GT4. He's just got oceans of straight line speed. So you're going to go through here. Are we going to go side? We're going side by side through the chase. That's what we're doing. Fucking early doors in this race, side by side through the fucking chase. That's right. That's right. It's a street fight. Drifting. See again, good fuel average right there. That's what we want to be seeing. Now we just got to get our heads down here, try and get a wiggle on. Remember to drink. Come on, Porsche. Come on, Porsche. Oh. And now I'm out in the marbles, and we lost a position there to the McLaren. That McLaren seems to be pretty good. I did a test race the other night. It seemed to be the McLaren and the Ginetta was really strong both. I mean, the Ginetta makes sense, that's a very light car. That was just absolutely monstrous over the mountain. And then it lost down the straight. Look at that. Look at that view. Blimey. You can see why some of the European GT3 racers, they say, oh, I didn't mind there was a safety car early days in the race. I was just enjoying the sunrise when we went over the top. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely wonderful. In terms of weather, I defined the first of 4 weather blocks. It's been defined as slightly cloudy, as you see now. Then it's random, and I believe I set the multiplier to 5 times. So I don't know what's going to happen. It's going to be interesting. My only real indication of what may happen will be that temperature gauge. If it suddenly starts to drop, I may have to quickly do some thinking about where we are in the race in terms of wet weather tyres, because that may become relevant. That's a bit aggressive on the curbing there into hell. The Australians having aptly named their corner. Somebody stopped there at the pit exit. No, they were just going slow out. That's fair dues. Yeah, aptly, you know, because first corner. And it's a fairly tricky one. And, you know, it can go to hell pretty quickly if you have a mistake there. So you're going to call it hill corner. And then you go through Griffin Bend, which is very tricky. So very tricky. And then this classic run up here. Through the cutting. And you've got to be careful over here because it gets really light. Gets light here again as you crest. And you just got to get that right. So tricky though. That's bad. Oh, that was nearly in the fence. Still sitting in 8th. So that's good. I think we have another GT3. Yeah, we do. Oh, pushing too hard through for a Stelbo. Yeah, go through, mate. Yeah, I like that fuel number. That fuel number is exactly what we need to be seeing now. Oh, 2 wheels off. Tis a long race, tis a long race. If the engine temperature gets too... Well, we do have headlights on, yeah. If the engine temperature gets too high, we can drop it into lean in terms of fuel mode. But that's pretty much the last resort. Oh, more Class A coming up. Now I had a look on the results page for the last 12-hour race, and that showed the GT4s taking a pole position with a 216. Now, considering I did a 218, I don't think that's bad. Like, I'll take that. Being 2 seconds off a real pole time, that's good. I like that. Sadly, there's not really any data that I was able to quickly find on race pace. Oh dear. Oh no. That wasn't good. Right, let's monitor fuel pressure, fuel temps, no tyre temperature, tyre pressures now after hitting that debris. I'm also running with the boost turned down to about 94% just to protect the engine, otherwise you do incur a bit of damage on the engine, which may also divert a bit in terms of pace from what the AI may be doing. But we are pretty much on our own here, Nate. Would be nice to know the distance ahead and distance behind. But that's not really what this is about. Seeing that again, that was what, 2:21. That's a fairly decent race pace lap, I think. And it's this early doors and you're trying to not be a hero. Saw some cars in the pits there. I think they may have been Class A's. You see right there again, just a bit of hesitance from the air, and then it goes through right at the worst possible time. Yeah, again, that's as much as my fault because I was kind of hesitant there, but the AI is really good at reading you. Oh. That's what we call a lucky brush right there, because no damage incurred. I mean, he's just stupid. Oh, I pushed too hard there, then I kind of doubted myself through the elbow. Oh, but what's that overhead? Is that might be one of the Ginettas being overtaken, so we may be closing in on 7th. So that could be something in the picking right here. Oh, off. Let's stay on here and run it all the way out, back over, and brake. You can just hear the tyres squealing away. There's some great footage from that corner during, well, I mean, both the big races around here, but especially the 12-hour race where you can just hear the cars working so hard under brakes into that. It's just spectacular. And like the chase back there, it goes down and then it goes back up again as you brake, so you can brake fairly late. Oh, here we go. Class A. Come on, lads. Come on. Come on through. Come on. Yep. Come on, go through. Before Griffin Bend, please. Thank you. Thank you, Porsche. We'll just let him through. Oh, but still, we've been pushed a bit wide, and then as soon as I clipped the marbles, it just started kicking out on me. Haven't noticed any issues with tire temps and pressures after the impact of the debris, so I think it's alright for now. Just again, just a bit of hesitance there, just lifting a little bit. Oh, somebody's in the fence! Oh, it's a Merc! Come on, mate. Giddy up. That is such a good corner, because get it right and it just slingslots you out onto Conrod. It's just such a good circuit. Look at that haze in the distance. Oh, yes, mate. Definitely looks like a Ginetta up there in front. Or it could be a Merc. Ah, it's definitely Ginetta tail lights. So is that P7? We'll be starting to make inroads. That's a bit much, isn't it? Cutting that like that. Or let's see where these Class A's catches. But you'd have to be quite naughty to do it into... You don't have your headlights on, you can't. Come on, mate. Oh, he's pushing it hard behind. Oh, back and getting squirrely now. Oh, that guy's struggling in front. He's definitely struggling. That was probably the best place I could have let him through, to be honest. Cost me very little time. See again, now he just got caught up behind the Ginetta right there, and that's not where he wants to be. Oh, now he's hitting it. Now he's hitting it. Now we've got to be circumspect here. What can we do? What can we do? Fucking hell, you fucking moron! Come on, Greg Crick. Give that driver a drive-through penalty for contact. Because that was shocking. Just swooped right across my front end. Through the S's. That's... fucking hell. Then you've got to be careful out of the chase because it crests over a bit, then the road starts falling away under you. But we are right on this Ginetta. Yeah, that's just a clean pass, isn't it? Up into 6. Okay, so somebody else has had dramas. Right, so 6th after 30 minutes. Oh dear, right. Must remember, mountain straight, shorter than Conrod. Oh, I don't like the rearview mirror. I should have waited with my shower until after the first stint, because I'm going to be shitting bricks. Oh, it appears they've been held up quite drastically by the Ginetta. Oh, now the sun's starting to poke up. Morning, sunshine. Quite literally. Just get that right and it just absolutely carries you through with speed. Oh, I fear there's been a big whoopsie because they are very far back, and that Ginetta must obviously be carrying a lot of damage. But yeah, it's weird to think back that the last time the actual Bathurst Travel was run was in February, the very first weekend. I believe it was actually on February the 1st, 2020. So it was the last proper race that took place before COVID happened. I mean, it was sort of a thing weird to think back on. But yeah, back then it was all certainly down there about forest fires that have been absolutely ravaging parts of the country, and now it's all COVID all over. Very weird to think back on. A lot of these corners are sort of uphill, which means you actually need to be on the throttle a lot sooner than you think. Because obviously uphill means you just lose a lot of speed naturally. Like here, for example, you're on the throttle pretty much early, and then you need to get off it again as you crest over. Then the gradient changes again right there. You could see it steering just got light on me as we came over, and the back end stepped out. That's a bad line. It's always sort of on the border between 4th and 5th gear. Look at that, that's beautiful. That sun doesn't feel quite as blinding. Mate, mate, what are you doing? You can't pass down the mountain. What are you playing at? Typical BMW driver. Never mind the fact I'm driving one too. Oh, that Porsche's lost its front cover. That's not good for them. It's a problem. Fairly strong on the brakes there, although carried too much speed in there because it lifted off a bit early. Gee whiz, we've had some close calls already, and it's only 33 minutes in. I like that fuel number though, that's looking the right direction. Oh, that's not right though, back and getting thingy. So still sitting in 6th in class. But there's a fairly large gap now. And that Ginetta's just disappeared. Also, you've got to have different brake markers here than the brake boards or the marker boards, because they'll disappear as people do various silly maneuvers. Oh dear, that was bad. I think we just took the mirror off. If we could, certainly we did. Oh, that's just starting peeking over there at skyline. That's magnificent. Good lap time, although the back end is starting to get a bit frisky on us. Just turn the traction control up a bit. There's one of the Class A McLarens up behind us now. The brake. And see, that's how you pass. Not in some sort of stupid low percentage place. Whoa. This has to be like the prettiest sim out there right now. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm at wide. That's bad. Touching the curb. Go through the S's. That was a bit cheeky. Bit hesitant there coming out. I thought I went on the throttle just a moment too soon. I mean, look at the sun now hitting the buildings off in the distance. Temperatures up to 24 degrees. 5:37. Oh no. Yeah, Bathurst tends to be quite hot in February. Ah! Son of a whore. Nope, stop. Take it forward. I mean, we're just about halfway through our first stint. I mean, the car's tracking straight, but we'll have to deal with that in the pit stop. That was just a clear mistake because I was distracted. It is showing a bit of damage, but not too much, so we might want to give it just a quick once over during the pit stop. One slight complaint, I can't see how many laps I've done. Like, there is a lap counter there, but I think that only works if you're doing a lap or a race based on laps. If it's a timed race, it just doesn't show laps. Can that please not just show me the number of laps I've turned in the session? That will be nice. Oh, they had a bit of a checkup. And that's not good. just need to regroup, refocus. Again, that's just not... What are you doing that for, mate? Come on. What easy get with those two Camaros. They have the tiniest windscreen I've ever seen in a GT car. Like if you drive that, wow, you can't see anything out of the front. Compared with this, I mean, this got bloody panoramic front wind. That's too late on the brakes. That's 2 times now through the chase. That's just... Now we need to get an actual fucking grip here, come on. We've thrown away about a minute all told so far on this stint alone. We now have 2 Ginettas, I think, right behind us. So the heat is on. Thankfully no damage with the second off. And now the Ginettas are in their territory, they're going to be happy up here. That's too much cutting, isn't it? Whoopsies. Let's remember to brake coming into the chase this time round, eh? Fucking hell. That was very early on the brakes, but that was probably sensible. And that's where we've had all of our dramas pretty much. All of our dramas on our own anyway. Oh, that's that's on a recovery drive. Yeah, there's no point really arguing with him. He's a GT3 on a recovery drive. Ooh, that's risky. I think I might have braked a bit wrong there, at the wrong point. Might have just braked on top of a bump or something. Oops. And that would have upset the car a bit. I mean, we're sitting 6th in class, so it's obviously not going too bad. If we just get ahead down now for the remainder of this stint, get that little damage checked out and seen if it's worth mending. The damage hasn't gotten any worse, so that's looking good. Fuel numbers stabilising around a 353, which is pretty much useless for me actually. What are you doing? There was no need for that. You could have waited 2 seconds and you'd have been through. You wouldn't have forced me out the marbles, you absolute. Yeah. I'm white. That'll cost me a couple of seconds easy. We have a capacity, fuel-wise, of 126 litres. So we're just over half tank, which does again support my theory. We can run about 120-ish, 1 hour 20 minutes on the tank, which is 2 hours 40. Ooh, it's going to be tricky. I don't know really. We may need a splash at the end. The good thing with no safety cars is your strategy pretty much just unfolds early door, so you can back time it. It's just a matter of I'll need to crunch some numbers after this. After my double stint, I'll need to get out the old pen, paper, and calculator and crunch some numbers to see exactly where we may be. But yeah, it could be tight. It also depends, of course, on how many laps we can do, which, of course, is difficult for me to figure out because I can't actually see that right now. How that light bounces off over there, that's a lovely effect. You can see that golden light on the blue barrier. Just an unforced wide there. That's really not... Oh yeah, we can cut right back there, that's okay. Yeah, I think the tyres are now not really going to produce the good lap times. No cars around us though. 6th in class, 20th overall. Overall doesn't really matter. And yeah, this is one of the few sims that actually show you your class position in a multi-class race. That's nice. Basic functions included in a sim these days. Oh gee, wow, amazing. I mean, it is nice because it's like the only one that does it. Even R Factor 2, that prides itself about being, you know, a GT sports car, endurance-ish focused sim, or at least heavy on that side. Doesn't have that function. I mean, it has it when you're on the overall timing screen, but it doesn't actually when you're in a race. Which really, to me, is a basic function that really should be added and should have been in very early doors. Even when Studio 397 took over. But yeah, that fuel average is sitting still at about 352. So that's good. Jesus, that's a bit aggressive. As is that, Jesus. He's going to catch me coming onto Conrad, which is good. No, he's going to catch me here. Oh, but he's going to try and go through a forest elbow. What are you playing at? Fuck, it's the same fucker, innit? Oh. We may turn the engine down into lean based on engine damage as well. Okay, that's a pit. That's a pit. Forwards, 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 forwards. We're stopping here. Hopefully they're fixing damage. Yeah, we did. Damage not fixed. Fuck me. Well, we'll give it a bit of a bash here and see what we can do then. That guy just went through me. Okay, that's fine. Why am I now? None is Did I just see raindrops on my windscreen down a mountain straight? Temperature, yes, 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 we've got rain. We've got rain, it's dripping. Was that what caught me out then? Could that have been it? Could that be my excuse now? Could that be my racing driver book of excuses? Oh, he's slowing, he's slowing, he's slowing, he's moving over. Now to position. It's raining, it is raining, there is now raindrops falling at Bathurst. So now it's going to be interesting to see how severe is this rain going to be. Are we going to come in immediately? Race strategy, adjust the strategy. We're going to go wet. We can ask for all the fuel we can. Just in case we need to bring it in, we want to be topped up with fuel. This is actually fairly heavy rain now, isn't it? So here we go. This is the next unforeseen page being turned over. Actually, it's more like one of those choose your own adventure books from when you were a little wee child. Let's just turn up down here. Oh, well, that's just leave traction control there. Just to cover our bases a bit in terms of the weather. Tyre temperatures are now stabilising. In hindsight, probably a good thing we didn't have any tyres changed. I wouldn't say this is enough rain yet to pit in. I mean, I don't have anybody in front of me to gauge it by, but I'm not in my rear view seeing any spray or any wheel tracks being put down. Yeah, I'm struggling a bit with my late apex there, it seems. It's definitely picking up now, isn't it? We still have a decent amount of grip. Oh, we're going to have to be getting into actually wiper territory here, aren't we? So we're going to have to pit in here within the next couple of laps if this persists. Because this is actually pretty decent rain. And let's see, can we see any spray from them? Can we see any spray behind us? I mean, look at that temperature. It's dropping. It's dropping. It's still sunny. Still sunny. And we're not actually sliding that much. So... yeah, I mean, I'm not going to pit until I can feel it's necessary. That is starting now to lock a couple of wheels. But it feels alright. In fact, it's now sort of slackening off a bit. So it's harder on the mountain then, because now it's getting worse as we go down Mountain Straight. And I would imagine as we start to climb here we may need the wipers again. But at the start-finish straight it's not that bad at all actually. Oh yeah, it's bad on the mountain. Look at those clouds! I mean, look at my tyre temperatures. I'm not getting any heat in these tyres at all. Which makes sense. The surface is damp. Air temperatures dropped a couple of degrees. But now it's alright here at the top. Oh, there's not as much grip. Definitely not as much grip. So coming off the mountain, it's worse. Yeah, I have no confidence over the mountain now with this rain. It's worse down low, it seems. This bit here, which just technically run parallel to Mountain Straight, now it should start to get less severe, the rain should start easing off. And it is! This is the most unusual rain weather I've seen in a racing game. Oh, the brakes are struggling down here. Oh, wow. I can feel the steering wheel being so light in my hands. Ah. But still, we're getting decent traction down here. Although, having said that, that may have proven to be a lie. Oh. Let's see. Yep, we're not producing any spray. No spray whatsoever. I think we've got a Porsche coming up behind us now in class, which may take us here. Oh no, that's not in class. That's a, one of the other class. That's a Class A car. it? No, that's the class leader, so we're being lapped now by the leading car. Which I am not pleased about. But he's not having a good time over the top. So has he switched to wet tyres? No, he can't. I mean, he could. Oh, I'm struggling down here, though. Oh, we're gonna have to pit. Look at that, Wayne. Look at how wet the tarmac is. I don't have any control. Yep. Oh, what's the button for that? That's that button. Or are we? Are we? Because it's nowhere near as wet down here. Oh. I'm getting all confused by all my buttons. I mean, it's all right here. See, we got shine on the road. Oh, well, you know, the road looks right down here. But it was just coming off that mountain. And for us, it was just about too wet for slicks. But here it looks okay. Here it looks all right. There's not a right tyre right now. That's my only conclusion. There is no right tyre to be on right now. Because definitely coming back off the mountain, we're into full wet territory. But here it's slick. Here it's slick tyre. Cold slicks, admittedly, but slick tyres nonetheless. You're not going to get speed here with a wet tyre on the car. I mean, you can just hear how much throttle I'm putting in over these brows, and it's not protesting too much, so I don't know. And then we start losing it here. I suspect in a moment it's going to get worse. But you know, this track is very forgiving when it comes to making mistakes here over the top if you're suddenly pretended with wet. Look at that sheen on the road. Oh, this is wet. This is absolute wet. We're locking. Mate, do you really want to be that close in this weather to a lap car? I mean, look at that. So wet. Although, you know, it looks wet, but there's no spray. Is that just from me not having it set on? Because that could be. I could be trying to use something as an indicator that isn't an actual indicator for me. Oh, somebody's wiped out all the marker boards into the chase. Oh no. But again, this is not too bad to drive on. Okay, I'm hard on the brakes here. It's not locking. I can be aggressive on the throttle, and it only kicks out just a tiny bit there. And quite frankly, with cold tyres that are a bit worn, I would expect that. But here, our fuel number's gone down, so I'm definitely being easy on the throttle in certain parts of the track. Ooh. Here it's nowhere near as wet. Looks fine. Fine in Griffin Bend. My concern now is what I'm going to be presented with, like at over the top. It's still sunny. It's literally in the S's that the rain is probably here. Oh, well, that's now starting to get even wetter. But there's still loads of grip. So weird. Oh, it's starting to get a sheen down here as well. And in a chase. Oh, that just ran wide. Oh, I think we might be into wet tyres now. But the thing is, I'm not skidding off the track down here. Like, we don't have standing water, so... And this is nice. This is lovely. Like, from Hell Corner, like, at least up to Skyline, it's lovely. It's a bit slippy, but not too bad. And then as you get over Skyline, down through the S's, and then pretty much round to Hell Corner, it's pretty frisky. But it is clouding over now, I think. Oh. Oh. Like, even if you had a fully integrated and excellent, like, race engineer management thing included in the game, you just have no way of doing this because this is a driver's choice. The driver has to make the call about the weather conditions here. Oh, we're seeing puddles up here now too. Yeah, come on, go through, mate. Yeah, puddles now at Skyline. Yeah, mate, you're not really doing that, are you? Come on. Come on, mate. Fucking hell. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Freeway in the rain! I don't want to play anymore. Oh, he's gone! He's lost it! He's lost it! Porsche's off! That's why I don't want to play anymore. That's just too fruity. He's recovered. I would like to see spray off a car, so no, it's not a graphical setting. That Merc's just pitted, but that would be about right for his stint length. So, oh, he's lost his front cover. Gee whiz. That's bouncing over the track. Oh, gee whiz. Is it? Is it stopping to rain now? Oh, that's bad. You don't want to cut it that much. Nope. Definitely still raining here. Still raining out the depot. And those puddles are getting worse and worse. I'm amazed I'm still going. That isn't sounding too good. That last whack of the wall hasn't made some issue here. I think I'm going to have to start to being slightly more careful down here through the chase. If only the bloody weather would commit to being proper rain or no rain, that would be great. Because here it's lovely, it's nice, it's fine. It's a wonderful good times. It's a bit drizzly, but that's it. And then you come over here and you see bright sunlight on the track even though it's raining, and you're just, yeah, this is just typically Bathurst, isn't it? A couple of laps I started seeing puddles up here, and yep, they're still there. Then it gets worse here. Yep, worse here. But now the rain seems to... Okay, now I just hit again a bit. But yeah, it's not really that bad here. Piece of debris lying there. Rain is easing off now all over the track. I don't need to use the wipers. Although Murray Corner feels a bit wetter. I think I can see a bit of sheen over there. That's what I want to be looking for. There's a whole front section lying off there. But we're still sitting in 11th with no idea really of the gap to front. Can we? Well, we can probably pause in the pits. Maybe we'll be able to see something there. I don't know. The issue is if I pit in soon for wet tyres, that effectively means I have to do another stint. So yeah, we need to just try and run as long as we can now, I think. I mean, we're not going to find 4 seconds over our best lap time if we switch to wet tyres, are we? We're in the same delta. So... and now it's getting worse down Conrod. So, I don't know. Probably don't want to be aggressive in the curbing right now. I don't think we're going to find 6 seconds for switching tyres. The ambient temperature is going up as well, so that could be an indication that it's going to change for the better in a moment or two. Oh. Woohoo! For a retail rear end in this then. Definitely wet here, need to be more careful. Go a bit slower through the dipper. It feels a bit like we're right on the edge of a system. Like there's a front moving through to whatever side of the circuit that is over there, probably east, that's where the sun rose, wasn't it? Probably over there to the east, there's a front moving past us. Are we kind of just sitting on the outskirts? Oh dear, we've been caught now. That's not great. Oh, that's P2 in class that's catching us, I think. We've already been lapped by the leader. I think we've got the second place car closing in on us. It's dry now here, okay. We're up to 10th in class, that's good. I mean, we're just going to have to make do with what we can get. It's an endurance race, these things happen, and there were errors on my part, not really anything else, so I'm just going to have to live with it. It's not ideal, the situation we're in now, but it is what it is. We're just going to have to get on with it. We never know what's lying in wait. I mean, well, the front runners could have massive dramas later on. Oh dear. We're what? We're an hour and 20 minutes into a 6-hour race. But there's so much still to come. We've already had just the weather alone playing a part. So anything can happen there. See here, it's dry now. It's fine here, it's dry. Whatever that is. That was horrible because I was busy adjusting. Because now we're into definitely going on to slicks. There was a brief moment where I thought the wets may be the most likely option. And yeah, that pit stop definitely wasn't good, the first one. Because that cost us a lot of old time. I hadn't set it up properly. Yeah, we're getting loads of grip now. Track is drying out. Temperature's up to 24. Oh, you absolute whore. Oh, and then we get rain again. Oh, it's spray. Of course, what we seen right there on the windscreen was spray because he just pulled through and threw up loads of water in my face. Oh, Ginetta. Ginetta ahead. Tyre temperature's coming up. The swirl tyre pressure rising a bit. So we're about just over halfway through this stint. Which means that when we pit, most likely, if we run to the end, we'll slot in the old AI Bro, or Bro Det, or Bro non-binary, because, you know, fast is fast, isn't it? Don't really matter. Oh, hello, mate. Come on. Through you go. Through you go. Yep. Gracias. Help me catch the Ginetta. Oh, he's pushing too hard there. Wide through Griffin. Fuck me! I had absolutely no way to avoid that. That one I did, because I was too busy looking down. But he was just parked at the apex, right where you had no way of moving out of it. Fuck me! can see why certain people think you should play this without damage on. That does make sense now. Because I feel like that really, that could be the race for us. Because that's going to take a lot of time to mend. Yep, come on, through you go, through you go. Oh! What are you playing at? Yeah, look at the water temperature going up. There went the bonnet. It was actually faster than us. Oh, we're suffering massively now. So we've done 36 laps. So again, in theory, this should be when we were actually pitting into. We can probably do close to 90 minutes on a stint. We told the AI to take over, didn't we? I think we did. I think that was why we were in the fence. So let's see here how quick that thing is going to take off on repairs. Oh, because that really wasn't what we needed, was it? But it was just sitting there in the middle of the road. Let's see, can we... Here we can see, so... Right. Everybody in the class has done 37 laps. We've done 36. Yeah, let's see. Down here last, obviously damage, but we did a 119. In terms of race pace, we've got some done it. Wow, that's fast. But yeah, I mean, in terms of pace... 17 in the race. 18. Yeah, we can't really run with those. I mean, wow, it's up into 10th overall in class, so that's looking pretty decent. Tyres are going on now, and then we'd be starting to just absolutely pound on the car right now. Yeah, it's going to take a while, but it is going to give us a brand new car. And we should just wait and see if the AI actually takes it out, which they should, in fairness, do. So the repair's coming close to an end. Let's just check in again and see if this update's actually still 36. And the class leader has not yet commenced the 38th lap. So we may just hold off and going another lap. They might just be pitting as well now, so it could just work out. Oh, we've just dropped. There we go. Yeah, AI in control. Can we still now go in here? Yep, okay, so I can do that from here. Okay, so let's just confirm once it leaves the pit where we are. So we are sitting in what? Well, where's the leader? Leader has just started, so we have gone another lap down. Unfortunately, we cannot see anything here in terms of strategy or anything like that. We can see just that we're down in 14th. We are on lap 36, so yeah, we'll come back in a bit and see how the AI is getting on. And back into the race, we are pit limiters on, there we go, don't want to overdo it, but we dropped to 15th in class. There were some slight tyre issues, I think, that started telling off for the AI. But we're in now to the end with how much left? 2 hours 40 minutes I think left, which means we only need one additional stop here. Is that tyre marbles we can hear hitting the underside of the car? I suspect it might be, you know. But this is weird actually, sitting into a race car now, not from the start of the race but here midway through. Whilst I was away, I went for a run, which was not great, but not terrible either. Had to deal with some vaccine side effects this week, so just couldn't do it. Went for one on Tuesday, a run on Tuesday, the day after I got the vaccine, and that really knocked me out. So, yeah. Oh, the track is so rubbered in now. I don't think it's rained. I've also had lunch since, so that's great. So full stomach coming in here now, ready to mount this funnel. Oh, there's still some water, I think, off there. So the track should be quite fast now. We have dropped another lap down. I think that's a result of me not really monitoring the tyre situation as much as I should have. Because the AI definitely seems to be harder on the tyres. Not as hard on the fuel, mind. We'll just turn that down. So don't damage the engine too much. Okay, that's bad. That's off. But here we are back on the road. And so let's see if we can't mount an assault. I've no idea how far in front the next cars are. I believe we were lying 11s before we pitted. So the distance up to them won't be too far. And our only hopes is... well, they won't need to stop more either, really, I think. Well, the only real issue is if they need to stop twice, because they might be able to, you know. Well, they might have to. We just have to wait and see how it all unfolds. Let me get rid of that up there, because it's just not useful for me, anyway. But yeah, it is a bit weird getting back into a race car. We're getting into a race from the pits, not from the start. Haven't really tried that before. It's the first sort of proper multi-stint endurance race that I've attempted. And I mean, until the end now, that is the plan anyway, unless I end up making too much of a mess of it all. I think what we're just hearing is marble and dirt and whatnot just flying up underneath the car. Oh, it's so nicely rubbered in now, the track. Feels absolutely amazing. It could just also be the shift over to brand new tyres that, you know, I only had at the start of the race. Let's just run with a bit of traction control on to look after the tyres. We have a bit of front damage, but I don't think it's anything too significant. Temperature's also increased now, up to 26.7 degrees, so it's getting up there. By the end of the race we should be knocking on to 30 degrees. Somebody taking out the 100-metre board. So we just have to now monitor our position, class position, down here about the end of the straight, to just give us an indication if we're taking people in there at pit stops. Oh yeah, I'm coughing out because of the run. It's good though. Cleared out my lungs nice and good, good airways, all that sort of stuff. I'm now at that point where it's nice to do. But let's get some laps under our belt now. Oh, ho, ho, ho. There's a bumper. Getting a whole bit crust up here. There's still a few puddles about the place, but that's okay. Oh. Yes, give me that draft. Slipstream. Tuck yourself down in the seat just to get that bit more. What is neat is how much dirt and rubbish you can see offline in corners in this. Because you would start to see a lot of that. Like, look down here, look at the colour difference out there. Like, how much light it is, like, especially when I overdo it like that, obviously. But also look at, oh gee, is it Griffin Bend? I think you can also see some dirt and rubbish lying out there. That curbing also looks a bit darker now. We are into 14s now, so we are taking people in their pit stops. So the question is, what pit stop is that for them? Because they're not going to make it on one more stop, I think. You see right there, you can see all of that sort of dirt and dust and muck lying out there. You really don't want to go out there. Of course, no safety cars, no interruption. Oh, drama! Jesus. Oh, and now the Porsche's in the fence. We'll just let him through there. I eased off. I wasn't sure what I would be coming round to face after that corner. So, yep, we just had to roll with it. Oh, slow Porsche. The slowness over the top of the mountain. Is that the next car in class? Is that the next Ginetta up there? Is that the car that we're battling with? Were they just taken out? Oh, Porsche, be sensible, man. Oh, he's got a lot of damage on that Ginetta. Oh, look at how impatient that Porsche driver is. You could have made the move there. You just had to be very decisive about making a move through there. I mean, that has to be a mechanical black flag. There's absolutely no rear lights on the back of that Ginetta. Gee whiz, look at that. No rear lights at all on that Ginetta. Oh, look at all that dirt that I just went over. Are you pitting in this time? You better be. That damage. No, they're staying out. So he's up my inside right now, right? Yeah, trying to squeeze me out. Don't you try and squeeze me out, mate. Don't you try and do that. What's that about? You can't just wet your car down the inside, you absolute grade A moron. Fucking hell. What's that car trying to do? Other than crash, of course. Whee! Still so much fun. Now at this point it would be nice with some information about how am I doing compared with the other runners in the class. Like how's my lap time stacking up? Was my last lap time, was that, you know, faster, slower, on pace with everybody else? All of that stuff. But we'll just get on with it. I'll also take the surface conditions as a sign it hasn't rained since I got out of the car, so that's also a plus for us. Oh, see, right there, mate, don't hesitate like that. Just clearly put yourself on the inside, show me that you want to go for it, and then go for it. That's fine. I was ready to let him go if he wanted to make a dive, but just again, a bit unclear comms. So we are into 14s now. Was that the Ginetta? Or was it somebody else? Don't be on the curbing. You don't need to be on the curbing. Well, we've got one of the Mercs coming up behind us. Oh, that must be the Ginetta's rear bumper line right there. Well, yeah, look at the water temperature now. Much, much, much higher than it was early on. Now see, right there, that's how you do it. That's how, not like that with the end, but a very decisive dive up the inside, very clearly communicated to me that he's going through there, and I can just stay on the outside just a bit longer and cut in behind. That's how you go through at Forest Elbow. Oh, he's having a hell of a battle though with that Cayman. That's one of my class runners. So let's see here. They stay out. Also rear damage on that car. So is this for position, or is this a car that's being lapped? There can't, in fairness, be many cars that are being lapped in this class. So, I mean, it could be one of the front runners that have been more than a lap ahead of me that's run into trouble and are now on a recovery drive too. So we just have to make do and see what happens. Fuel average just dropped to 3.44, which is good, but still I can't really do much with that. Let's see here, is he also going to just drop the pace massively? Yes, he is. And that was for position. Why do they do that? That's a weird AI thing that they've started doing now. There's no need really to go that slow, because we rear-ended that Merc right there as well, who did the same. And I was forced to pit. So that definitely seems to be an issue. Which I would perhaps be more annoyed about if it wasn't for the fact that I'm on such a massive recovery drive already. So that may just be the only thing that gives me a chance to climb up just a little bit. Oh, I was pushing too hard into Forest Elbow there. Let's just push a bit wide. You've got to get it exactly right, otherwise it's not going to give you that massive effect for you. Now that Porsche is really strong down here. Maybe you got a better exit out for Forest Elbow. We'll just have to focus. I was nearly in the dirt there. That's a weird little graphical glitch there through Hell Corner. Looks like leaves are just being very quickly thrown through the air at me. Oh, we've lost a couple of cars, it seems. Just noticed that. We only have 30 cars in the race. I believe we were 32 when we started. Yeah, that would have been 32 because there would have been 16 in each class. And that also tells me that's two Class A runners that has dropped out. So much fun. So much fun. Oh. Like at most circuits, it would start to get a bit boring and repetitive. Even this, you know, it's still still enjoyable, mind, but well, boring and repetitive probably isn't the right term. But it would have started becoming, you know, it wouldn't be quite as spectacular every time you did it after a while. But here, no, it still is exactly as much fun now. But that is why Bathurst is so good, because each lap is just a joy. You can only really compare this with the Nürburgring. It's the only circuit you can compare it with. Because you have about the same margin for error here as you do at the Nordschleife. Which isn't much, really, to be fair. I think I can use that change in colour on the barrier as a brake marker now that that's been removed. Is that our friend in the M6 that's coming up now? I fear it may be. Oh, it does look to be a little Merc boy that doesn't know when to pass. It is, and he caught us at the right place. Oh, hello. Hey there. How are you doing, McLaren? Wasn't expecting to see you there. Ooh, that was a bit fast. Oh, we are into 30s now. Excellent. Yeah, there might still be some yo-yoing going on with pit stop cycles and that. Okay, maybe that new brake marker wasn't as accurate as I thought it was. Slightly before that, just a little bit, because I can't be fully on the brakes for that one. I can for this one right here. As you can see, things do get a bit wild if I am. naughty boy. I'm a naughty, naughty boy. Oh, I love coming down the mountain. Oh, it's excellent. The going up is great, but coming down, it's like you're falling over. It's literally like you're tumbling off a mountain when you go down here. It's... oh... Now this circuit, in terms of its advertising, is sort of like a weird mix between all three events that are on. Like previously, if you're unfamiliar, there's been 3 events allowed each year at Panorama, because you know it is a public road. All of this you race on is a public road. Seems weird, seems entirely impossible that this could actually be a public road, but it is. So obviously you can't race there as often. There's 3 events been allowed. Recently they've added a 4th event that will come into effect at some point. Now the first one, quite obviously, has been the Bathurst 1000 V8 Supercar event. Second one is the 12-hour sports car event in February. And then they have an Easter event as well. No, wait, hang on. Isn't it a 5th event that's been added? Maybe it is. Because there is that Challenge Bathurst, which is an event that's also been taking place here. So that would indeed make it 4 events allowed. And then they've added in a 5th. So, yeah. It's great, you see blue flags and then you look to check in your rear view and there's no car there. Because Bathurst is just that, isn't it? Okay, let's see down here now. It says 27. Is the temperature dropping a bit? You know, it might be. Oh, let's see here. This could get fruity. The Merc's looking down the inside, but no, I've committed. Thankfully, he does brake a bit later into the chase, so he gets the racing line through. And there's no point really racing him. I suspect that one is a bit trickier to brake for because it's downhill. I do think Murray Corner is downhill. Uh, 12th now. 12th. I think we were 13th before, weren't we? So we are definitely going up in the rankings here. So that's good. We just got to keep our nose clean, run our lines, and be happy with that. I mean, with the dramas I had early doors, it's all we can really hope for. Ooh, that's fruity. It's coming through a corner and you see a body part lying on the road and you're like, what's going to be around this corner? Ah, that's bad. Bad line through there. Just missed the apex by a country mile. Might as well have been over in orange. Oh, a bit of oversteer. Car feels good though. Car feels good. The setup definitely likes this kind of weather. Come on, Porsche. You should be better than that. Don't like send me one signal, move out to go down the inside and then not do it. Oh, hello. Oh, what's that up ahead? Is that at least 2 of my class runners? I think it is. I think it is. And we have still got half a fuel tank in this. Although that wasn't good. I hit the curb a bit hard and we oversteered. We got one car diving in. No, that's a Porsche and that's got a broken rear wing. By broken I mean non-existent. So that may have been what put me off. I wasn't seeing that profile. Mate, what are you doing? Again, mixed signals, bro. Mixed signals. Like, I'm going, yeah, alright, I'll try, and then I turned in on him. Come on, mate. What are you playing at? That's not right. You know better. Fucking hell, what a wanker. Anyway, we'll crack on. Brake. Then back on the throttle immediately. Ooh, bit of frame rate jizzing. No, definitely not jizzing. The frame rate didn't jizz. It jittering right there. I'll be willing to cut it a bit of slack, seeing as we've going for over 3 hours now. Oh, they've slowed again over the top. Definitely something to keep in mind if I'm running closer to other cars. They do tend to slow down over the top, and I don't. But Jesus, why can't we have more tracks like this? Give me more, give me more, as the singer Britney Spears once sang. Give me more, give me. Oh, oops, that's bad. But yes, I want more like this. I mean, there's Slime Rock in the US, which is fantastic. For goodness sake, about the whole scramp, not scramp thing isn't really great. We'll have to wait and see. Mosport is also like a proper old school circuit. The Nordschleife, of course. What else could classify as being like this? Yeah. I don't actually know. I think that's about it. I mean, obviously the Nordschleife. Can't even think of. There's not really any UK-based circuits that are quite like this. I mean, there's Brands, which is really quite something. I think that proper old school circuit, but it's still not quite the same because this is just the perfect challenge, really, for a racing driver. You fucking hit me up the arse, you! Come on, Greg Crick, get on that guy now. Slap him hard in the face with a fish. And then a drive-through, please. I mean, we really do need like a game version of... Oh, poo! 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 Big poo! Massive poo! Yeah, we really do need like a video game version of Tim Schenken because it's just great on Supercars hearing him on the radio. Mate, what do you think my vehicle placement means? Use your fucking brain. Fucking Class A lunatic back there. If I'm positioning my car on the right heading into a right-hand corner, that probably means I am not going to let you through. Oh, but right up behind one of the vets, Camaros, Chevys, the future Holden Commodore. Or whatever that'll be, if they'll just drop the whole Holden thing, I don't know. But yeah, the next batch of Aussie V8 Supercars will be based on the GT4 cars. The Camaro in front and the Ford Mustang not pictured. And horror of horrors, it appears they'll be moving over to a sequential paddle shift. Not a sequential stick shift. Which, no. That's just wrong. I mean, I even think F1 should be using H-pattern shifters because it's part of challenging the driver properly and having to go one-handed through corners when you're shifting gears, having to flip the throttle. That is a much bigger challenge to get right than this. And I would have done this in the DTM cars, but they are only on soft tyres and they don't last at all. Gee whiz, no. But is this a guy that we're racing? Oh, he's off wide, he's off into the dirt, he's off into the marbles. Whoa, back and wild now. Wow, that AI driver was absolutely mullering these tyres if he managed to wear them out. Let's focus here. Oh, we got another GT4 car up ahead. Why are you guys so slow through here? Was that for position? No, that wasn't for position. But this means I have pace. If I'm unlapping myself, I've got pace. Oh, he's got massive... Oh, gee whiz! Gee whiz! Oh no, big crash I think. Was there a big crash there? There was certainly a McLaren off, facing the wrong way, and I have a feeling the Camaro may have headbutted him a bit. Are you for position? I don't know if the McLaren front for position certainly is a GT4 Camaro McLaren. Okay, 74 litres, we're doing fine. Our fuel use is going up a bit, but I'm not really concerned about that. Oh, I think we have the second part of the McLaren story that was sitting up there, because we've got a Porsche GT3 car, but there, now we're right on the McLaren, right on him. I fear we may have a race on our hands here. If for nothing else than to unlap ourselves. He's got a good exit out of Murray Corner. Cross the start-finish line on a run down to Hell Corner. Oh, a bit unstable there for me. Off wide, sliding on the exit. So let's see here, we may be able to take some time. The Camaro's peeled off, went into the pits. I need to stay right out here behind. That McLaren is a beast down the straights. That thing just pulls like a traction engine. Oh, it's on the curbing there, that's bad. That's not good. But the race is on. Oh, that's really poor. Okay, regroup. Slap your face. There you go. I'm too far back, otherwise I'm going to go a good lunge down into Forest Elbow. But I don't think I'm anywhere close enough for that. Oh, but look at that exit out of Forest Elbow. Oh, what? Look at that power in the McLaren. It's pulling away. This BMW GT4 just doesn't have the ponies to hold it, but now we're kind of staying with him. We're going to have to hope that we can close the gap into the braking zone and then lunge down into Murray Corner. He's staying out, he's staying out. Good exit out of Murray. Decent exit out of Hell. We've got a GT4 car. That must be one of the race leaders in class. Well, one of the class leaders, because we're getting blue flags from him. That would make sense. That's a McLaren. I wasn't using all of the track there. That's not good. There we go. Well, that's also one of the class leaders, because we didn't take a position up there. Now we just have to try and pull away. So this is shaping up good. Clearly I have pace over the other class contenders. The problem is I am 2-3 laps down. Oh, and now the car's really unhappy. I fear that maybe that position back, well, that lap being taken off us again. But I don't know if that guy is pitting, doing that pit stop we just saw the blue McLaren do, or if he's already done that. So there's still a lot in it. I mean, straight line speed could indicate that he's very light. The McLaren's going to be looking now. He's looking, he's lunging. Oh, what are you playing at, mate? He just eased off right there. He just parked me. And now we got bodywork damage from that front. The bonnet's going to fall off in it. I've got a good exit here. Come on, Porsche. Come on, Porsche. Come on, pull. Pull, Porsche. Get past me. Here we go, Porsche. Here we go. Here we go. Drafting. No. That McLaren. Whoa, he lost his bonnet. I hit his bonnet. Oh, but they're both out wide. Both out wide. Both out wide. Oh, moment right there. Oh, it's another McLaren's trying to go up my inside. Oh, this is all drama. Hard in the fence right there. Mate, I'm pretty sure I left him plenty of room. So I don't know what his game was there. Oh, for fuck's sake, you son of a whore. This is not to worry about that. Oh, big moment there. Oh, contact. That Ginetta, that bloody Ginetta right there, is holding up everybody right here. This whole pack right here behind, this pack of drama. Oh, of course, I mean that Porsche's bump drafting out of Forest Elbow, which is fruity, I have to say. We now got some pretty significant front end damage, but we're just going to have to roll with it. I think it's mostly just gentle push down. Temperature hasn't gone up too much yet. And that wasn't for position either. Now that Porsche peels off. Great exit here, but that McLaren, look at the ponies. Look at those ponies. Oh, I turned in a bit early there. That's okay. Porsche, come here, Porsche. Give me the draft. Give me the draft. I really want to turn up my... what's it on? It's on normal. Because I want to do that, but I'm also aware that it's going to really impact our fuel consumption. So I believe we can do 27 laps an hour. That is what my strategy dictates down here. If my fuel number is that, well, if we burn that much fuel, because I did some numbers last night when I was preparing for this, and those numbers told me that if I have an average of 3.5 fuel lap and I have a fuel tank that size, I would be sort of calculating it out of that-ish. So it might be slightly wrong, but that indicates about, I think, a 27 lap an hour. Oh, that was fruity. So I need to keep that in mind when it's time to pit. Because there could still be positions in the offing here. And of course we still don't know entirely what the weather's going to do. I mean, it's lovely now. Although I am slightly concerned now, look at that water temperature. Let's just run lean a couple of laps and see if we can't bring that down a bit. Actually, no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to monitor it. We're going to monitor water temperature. If it gets above 105, I will tweak it. But until then, we won't touch it. Because we do need the pace right now if we are to make up any precision. It's annoying it doesn't hold my previous lap time on the dash, because that is one of the things that would be nice to see. Because I don't know what my lap times are at all. So you know, typically you'll be told to run to a lap time and a fuel number. Or rather, you'll be given a fuel number and told if you can make that fit with this lap time, that would be good. But obviously I can only run by fuel numbers here. I would like to get up to that McLaren, but I think we may have to just concede that at the moment that is not on the card. He's just too fast. I feel I left the blue McLaren plenty of room. I feel like I was wide enough for him to go up my inside without clattering the wall. So I don't know why he did. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I didn't give him enough room. A bit of understeer there. Just too fast. Let's get our head down here, shall we? Oh, now we do have a high water temp. Let's see by the time we've gone down the straight. The ambient is also going up. It's up to 27.5 now. So that's something to keep in mind as well. We've got what? 15 laps in the stint. Then a decision will have to be made if we take tyres from the stop. If we just do fuel and damage. I mean, on the surface it seems silly not to take tyres when we've got damage. But we just have to wait and see. I feel like my safe time, the critical lap is whichever lap we're on at 90 minutes to go, because I have a suspicion I'll be able to run to the end from there. Oh, it's really loose through there. It's not nice. That was early. Once it's up to pit, I can have a look at our lap times and such to see how we're doing and if we're closing the gap and whatnot to those around us. Oh, hello, Zach. Cayman I could see just up the road. Ooh. think we can still see white McLaren just up the road. It's just lapped a couple of other GT4 runners. I'm starting to think I might want to turn down the engine for these final laps of the stint. Though it's not as high this time round, so it seems to vary a bit. Based or back end frisky. Slow, slow, slow. That cost me time. The only thing that remains to be seen if this guy is on the same lap as I. He also parked it right on the apex. That's very nice of you. Okay, that wasn't for position, but still a decisive lunge by me. It's morale. My only question is, I don't know if he's a lap down to me now, or if I've just taken a back lap off him. We'll just have to wait and see, really. Still 12 minutes away. And ideally I'd like to get a few minutes on that. Maybe just a bit more traction control. I think you're meant to be slow before that brow back there. I think that might be the right way to do that. Easy girl, easy, 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 easy. You know how to do this. It's that same idiot again. It's one thing they're slow over there, it's another thing when they're not holding their line. Okay, are you going to decide at one point or another whether or not you're going to go up the inside there? Because I would bloody appreciate knowing that, thank you. Uh-oh, uh-oh! I've got loads of muck and water on my tyre there. Oh, that's... Don't crash when I get close, guys, please. Well, let's see if that goes for position then. And no matter what, he'll need a splash at the end. That wasn't for position. Oh, it was? Well, maybe one of them, somebody else could have been in there as well, of course. So let's just check out here and see strategy, hard fix damage, all please, thank you. Let's stay on the track now. Giddy up! Oh dear. Yeah, we're going to be well within our window here. That's excellent. That is excellent. That rear end's a bit wonky, isn't it? Yeah, shake that base. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Quite disconcerting that he doesn't have any rear lights on, to be honest. Oh, wow, that's not a nice sound. Oh, hey, you're missing something. Oh dear, that Merc's doing bad things in my mirror. That's stupid! He's lost his bonnet! So I would have thought we'd go 3 wide with me on the grass. That's, yeah. Mechanical black flag, please! He doesn't have any rear lights! Oh, he was going in and then the beamer absolutely mullered him there. You've not pitted! You don't have a rear wing for crying out loud! Whoa. Just too excited about that Porsche not having a rear wing to drive properly. Let's sort that out now, shall we? I mean, you really ought to pit when a GT4 car's faster than you and you're in a GT3. Got 8-0. What does that green flag mean? I wasn't aware we wasn't having a green flag at any point, but okay. Maybe the game has decided that now is the time to introduce yellow flags. I feel like I'm losing a bit of time due to the front bonnet being missing. At least we are closing down on a pit stop time, so that's good. Thought maybe I could drop a bit of fuel, but I don't know if that red thing means the game don't think I can, so we'll just leave it. Braking far too much, Christ alive. Okay, let's refocus here for these final laps of this stint. Ooh. We'll see what the fuel number is at the line. I'll determine whether or not we go for another lap. Well, I mean, you know what I mean. Whoa, oh, smooth. I meant to do that. And we're definitely taking new tyres. So we can also adjust it during the next lap and just see where we are. Oh, it's gonna be tight, isn't it, for another lap? Personally, I don't feel comfortable running that tight. When our average fuel is 3.4 and we have 7.1 in the tank. Box, pit confirm. Jumped up. So that's too tight for me. Too tight for me. Let's just check down Conrod. I've got to set up right. Oops. Are you? Are you not? Are you? Are you not? Fucking hell, mate. You can swerve all you want. You're the cock here. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that is now completely broken. Great. I mean, I'm not willing to take that risk. Look at that. It's so tight on the fuel. So we can now take a moment here to reflect on where we are. So 120 laps completed. So that's not, we're not quite going to do a full 1,000. But the leader's done 112 laps. We have done 110. So we're just 2 laps down. With the next class runner about 2 minutes ahead of us. So that does look slightly difficult, although, I mean, probably just because they're on, they're racing now. We're the only one in class, I think, that's pitting right now, aren't we? Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 retirements now. None in our class, so it doesn't really matter. Behind us, we have what? I mean, that's also like a minute back, so that's looking okay. Yeah, so, yeah. And away we are. Still on the pit limiter, yes. Don't want to get a drive through for speeding in the pits. We've dropped to 12th, but we should pretty much expect that. Now that we pit it. Now we're ready to go for the final stint. 78 minutes. Plus change. That should be eminently doable. And I expect everybody else in class still has to make the final pit stop, so we should cycle back up a little bit. And now we have a undamaged car. It's all looking good. Oh, and fresh rubber. Let's just keep TC on a bit here to help us with the tyres. Even though, to be fair, it seems quite difficult to get much higher than 10th at best, unless any issues befall other competitors. Oh dear, it's our friend. The Ginetta sounds light. Right, what we want to do... That's broken. Mate! What are you playing at? Right, well, in that case, we're just going to have to hope we don't have to pit again, because I broke that menu. No! No! Whoa! What the fuck was that? Fucking cunt. I may have gotten it wrong previous lap, but there's a lot of debris lying up here. That's a Camaro, isn't it? Oops. Where did that go? Bouncing over there by the side of the track. I think that was from hitting me the lap before, so jog on, wanker. It's a bit odd that there's not really a sim that does any sort of brake change stuff during the race. Because that is something that happens. It's within certain classes of racing, in long distance racing. I know it happens in the 1000, I know it happens in the 12 hour here at Nürburgring, it happens Spa. So are we battling the Camaro? Well, there's only one way to... Oh, we've already up into 11th. Excellent news. So this could be for 10th. But again, look at the ponies. They got them ponies. They've got ponies, but they haven't really got any speed in the corners. Look at that. Gee whiz, are you just going to park it and walk the rest of the race? Or what are you doing? Not for precision. Great lines. I mean, not really, but, you know. to keep morale up somehow. He's not quitting though. Temperature's rising, 28 now. It's very, very encouraging for the weather. Oh, that's not encouraging. That's how we went into the fence the previous time. Oh, what are you doing? Oh dear, there's a racing car sitting on the inside there, facing the wrong way. Easy now. Oh, hello. I didn't know where you were there, Mercury boy. hello, there's a Camaro, no, Cayman, there's the words. Well, that's fairly rapid by the looks of things, so perhaps not in my fight. Is that the white McLaren from earlier? Or are there more than one of those? There it is, it's now without a rear wing. And he's pitting. I've learnt with him, just let him go, he's just an idiot. Ooh, see? Fuck me, you fucking moron. Temperature's dropping now. I feel like it's getting cloudy. That menu's just completely broken now, so... So if we're hit by rain, I'm absolutely fucked. There is nothing I can do about that. What was even that? Oh, well, at least we were back up into P10. So, at the very least, now we're back where we were. As I thought we might be when the pit cycle's through. But that broken pit stop menu is a concern if we do get weather. I mean, we made it through without a stop when it rained the last time, so we're just going to have to hope really that it's the same kind of situation again and it's not any kind of significant downpour. But that temperature is dropping significantly. We're going to get rain. Yeah, look at that rain. It's definitely going to rain. The 23.8. Oh, because that would be the race for us if it does rain any kind of significant. There is no choice but to retire at that point. Also, look at the tyre temperatures are starting to drop. Tarmac's cooling. I fear we're going to have one of those late Bathurst rain showers, you know, that we've seen before. Like that year where Shane Van Gisbergen went round. I think it was actually about here he went round the outside of somebody, was it into for a silver? I don't remember, but that was just the most biblical rain shower arrived in the last like 15 minutes one year. It had been sunny, really warm up until then, and then the rain came down, and boy did it come down. Everybody was on slicks. They were doing like 40 kph over the top of the mountain because everybody was on slick tyres, and it just opened up out of nowhere. And Shane Van Gisbergen did one of the all-time great passes around this place in the wet on slick tyres at like 40, 60 kph. Engine temperatures cooling down as well. Sort of stabilised around 23.8 now, which is good. Oh yeah, that car explains why I've been seeing the proximity arrow at the bottom of the screen every time I went over Summerton Park. Because of course there's somebody sitting on the inside that it's warning me about that hasn't been able to carry on. That's a terrible line through there, wow. Oh, that was like half a fucking car line there. We did fill the car completely at the last stop, right? Oh yeah, because I'm thinking it's like 100 and something. Like I'm trying to divide it down to being like 80 litres. That's the halfway point in my tank. But no, of course, it's 62 or 61 point something at the very least. So, alright, my fears have been alleviated now. Oh, he's missing all his front end. So yeah, whilst I've certainly had my dramas, there are other out there that's had significant bigger dramas. Oh, I'm not a fan of that sky. This track though could do with like a helicopter flying above as well, filming and stuff, because that would add a lot of ambience. Yeah, that's one of those things that you do see a lot at Bathurst. Great, first of all, great helicopter shots, but that helicopters are flying above. Oh Jesus! What was that? That's too hard into Murray. But we're back into 10th now. I assume that 9th is too far away. I mean, it could be that coming up the road, but I doubt it. Like, I think before I got in, we saw that was like 2 minutes up the road, and I doubt I can't have made up 2 minutes. Not with that massive repair time in the pits on top. So we'll just have to see. Alright, yeah, weather doesn't seem to be as much of a concern now that temperature has stabilised around 23.8. We obviously haven't seen any rain as yet, so it looks to be okay-ish. And according to my recording, actually, we're just about to cross over here in a couple of moments. About to reach the midpoint of this stint. Because I stopped recording and restarted it at the pit stop, and that's we're going for 39 30 now. And yeah, we've crossed that then. So we now know that we have enough fuel in the tank to make it to the end. So right now there's no further pit stops required. Oh gee, that's a bit much, isn't it? Oh well. Is that a Camaro or a Porsche 911 that's just lost its rear wing up ahead? So I'm pretty sure the one further up is the Cayman we had in front of us a little while ago. That's definitely a Camaro. So is that for position? Although it does feel like clouds are moving in a bit again. Temperature still not moved. Oh, they're slowing down because that car stopped there, aren't they? Because the AI knows there's a car stop, so they're reacting to that. That's why. Things are starting to make sense again. Just a shame they don't delete AI cars that they can't do anything with after a while, but hey ho. We're still 10th. This is nice. Oh, look at that. That Porsche has also dropped back. We've got a Camaro without a rear wing in front of the other Camaro. So we've got 3 cars from our class right in front. And is any of these for position? First one? Negative. Oh! Well, that Porsche wasn't for position. We know that now. And we're closing in on the Camaro. But that Porsche could be in the pits and just a lap ahead of us, so that could be a position. Just takes a while to unravel. And we just need to close up to this Camaro up ahead of us. And I think the McLaren up the road from our class as well. And it looks like it from that rear wing. Oh dear. If you could make a dive right here, yeah, that would be good. He closed the door in my face, though. Fair play. I mean, you know, I was trying to follow the McLaren through, but he closed that door right on me. Can't complain about that, and I was a bit crossed up either. So, well, anyway, too. So, hey-ho. We live to fight another day. We can always make another move. Still 33 minutes remaining. So, it's all looking fine. And we looked like we had pace over him, closing in every braking zone, it seems like. I mean, no matter what, we're racing, right? It appears we actually have a race in our hands, eh? Woo-wee! Let's get him. Remembering to stay hydrated, that's always important. It's quite interesting because I know the Camaro has really good aero. It's a really strong aero package on that GT4 car. So he should be quite strong over the mountain. It sounds very weird that a Camaro would be really good over the mountain, or you know, in terms of aero, it should be like massive grunts and all of that. But no, whoa. No, the aero package is really strong on that. Oh, that does look a bit rainy, doesn't it? How's a good run? We might just be able, if we can stay close enough, to throw it up the inside. No, I don't think we're close enough into the chase. I would need to be right up on its rear bumper and then just pull out and just send it on the brakes. Just look at how much we're closing in. Oh, he's got front damage. Ah, racing room was there. Just good hard racing. Half an hour to go. Oh, ah. Well, let's see if we can't use the lap traffic as a bit of a help. I'm just going to send it to fucking the cutting, ain't I? I think we're still side by side. And that wasn't for position, but it was a good battle nonetheless. That wasn't good. Where was that McLaren? Or did we end up just dropping it a bit from the fighting? It's still up there, but he has gained a bit from that fighting we did. That BMW. When is he? He might get us even before. Oh, he's going to probably send it now. That was annoying. I hope he would have cleared me before the apex. Temperature still at 23.8, so it's looking good. It looks like we had a few cars in the pits there, making a last minute splash. Well, a final stop. It's not really a splash just yet. Suck me along. Thank you. Whoa, hello. Hadn't he just pitted? That's a damning indictment, isn't it? That was awkward. Oh, I'm just out wide. Oh, the sun seems to be poking out there again. That's nice. Yeah, it's now starting to ease off those clouds. That's good. Oh. Did that fly so high it despawned? I suspect it may have. Oh no, it just landed there, just went so high you couldn't see it and then it reappeared. That Camaro isn't giving up though. Third doesn't seem happier though. See, there we go. That was right within the ideal line, and that McLaren is coming towards us. And he's braking at the chase. I'm not. Wonder if that camber out of the chase is there because they never bothered reprofiling it when they put in the chase. Because that used to just be one long straight from Forest Elbow down to Murray Corner. But I believe they changed that after somebody went head on with a brake failure and died. Which you'd kind of expect to happen if you went down Conrod. No chase and just lost your brakes and ploughed into the wall at the end there. Why are you running so close to me? Why does that sometimes say green flag? Like, there isn't any yellow flags in the game as far as I'm aware. Oh, he's strong coming off the mountain. the AI does seem to think it needs more room than it actually needs. And it seems to not notice that there is a sodding grey concrete wall around this place for those circumstances. I was hoping he'd take a dive into elbow, but he didn't. I could have dived right with him. Oh, they touch! That's bad. I wasn't for position. The problem is I don't know who is for position and who isn't, so I'm just going to have to race any GT4 car like they are for position. Temperature's stabilised and yeah, it does seem like the sun's out. So that's a positive step as well. With less than 15 minutes to go. Oh, that McLaren's quick. And then he's swerving in front like a... You know what? The only thing is I actually have a fairly decent pace now. So if I hadn't had all of those stupid mistakes early days, it could have been quite well in it. I don't just mean pace because that car stopped up at Silver Park. I mean pace in the braking zones. Each and every car of these that I've gotten close to and overtaken, I've just had the power in the braking zones and through the corners compared to them. Like see here for example, this is stupid. Yeah, I mean that was never going to end well for me, being on the outside after that. Temperature still looking good. Oh! Ninth! We jumped somebody in the pit. He's just merged out there. 9th! 10 to go. Well, 11 minutes technically, but still. Ah, bad. That's gonna cost me. That was a bad entry, because the thing I noticed, I've had the steering wheel slightly offset from my pedals the whole time. I think that might be the class leader approaching from behind. Presumably they were just in a different league then, if they are still trying to lap us. That's not sensible, is it? Yeah, we've got a GT4 in front of a Class A runner, so yep. 8 minutes 30 to go. Well, now anyway. Oh la la. This might be our exposed rear end bloke up ahead. I think we're going to have 3 laps to go after this one, so 4 to go now. Yeah, you might want to put in some sort of mechanical black flag for people with no rear lights, because I'm not currently aware of any sort of GT series that will allow that. Oh, now we're down to, it might just be, oh, I can't do numbers, mate. We'll just have to wait. And what's going to happen in these last few minutes with the weather? Like, it could all start pouring down. Still 9th, that's good. I want to get that Cayman. Doing that a bit much now. Yeah, I'm going to assume we're heading out on the last lap this time round, but I don't actually know how we determine the finish if we wait for the leader to cross the line. That was hairy. I just got out into the dirt until he's off. I mean, 2 minutes remaining. That would indicate to me that we are commencing the last lap now, depending on the rules. Because if the flag comes out when their time runs out versus the flag comes out when the leader crosses the line after the time has run out. Could be it, really. And there's been mistakes, too many obviously. But again, fighting back, not quitting, will yield a result of some sort. And you know, you can't always win. Sometimes you just have to accept that. Bumps are on the way to becoming better. The road to success was never paved smoothly. The car's been good throughout. Coped very well with the rain we had early days. And now it's as peachy to drive as it was in the first stint before I binned it. So that's good. And other than the mistakes, I feel like I've done an okay job. I know I've had fun, and that's really what matters, isn't it? So we just have to see time is out now. Well, in 7 seconds anyway. And that was a monster final stint. I think it's the longest I've ever driven in one stint. Fucking absolute knob jockey. So is this it? No, we have one more lap then, unless the line is here. No, it isn't. But yeah, apart from that car stuffed up there, the AI's done a pretty decent job in this, which is really positive. I wasn't quite sure how it was going to go. Oh, I avoided going in that fence. Get in. Oh, don't tell me this is the car that lapped us. Don't tell me I'm going to lose a position here on the final lap. Because I don't remember if that was one of the cars I lapped, or if that may be the car that I jumped in the pits. Ah, oh, thank God. That was just another car that's either up or down a lap from us. Right, you're going to go? You're going to go? Because you can get traction out of there if you can get close enough to make a dive like that. You can get the traction out of Forest Elbow, but that Porsche's pulling very well behind us as well. And look at how much dirt there is offline, that's cool. And the sun's out. Whee! Checkered flag. Getting 9th. I think we started about 9th as well. So yeah, let's have a look at the results, shall we? So yeah, 5:56, so 1 minute longer. Best lap is a 2:05. That's not... Oh, 2:03. Fucking hell. GT4 was 9th overall with a best of 2:17. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's a second off the real-life pole time. Jonathan Rodriguez, again, very quick. And then down here, that's now more like it, isn't it? Then a 2:19.9. That's the fastest. That might have happened very early days. 5 pit stops we've made. And look at everybody else has made so many pit stops. It is unreal. 24 pit stops. The leading car, yeah, I mean, we definitely, I think we may be. Oh no, oh, but they're retired, technically. That's the guy that was stopped on track, so we don't count him. How many did we go in terms of laps? Can we see? We can't see how many laps we did, which is a bit weird. But we can see that the back marker is Carlos Galvez, and he's done plus 85. Okay, so yeah, 142, so yeah. So yes, thank you for watching. This has been a very long, hasn't it? But goodbye for now.